My name is Alyssa. I'm 24 years old now, and I live in Philadelphia. But the story I'm about to tell didn't happen in this busy city. It happened in a remote part of rural Pennsylvania. I grew up in a tiny, isolated town there, and it's a place that left me with a mental scar that will never truly heal. When I was 8 years old, my town was haunted by a terrifying rumor. The adults started talking about an entity they called the Walker. They described it as something that wasn't quite human, but wasn't an animal either. They said it only appeared at sunset, lingering at the edge of the woods or along the lonely, windswept dirt roads. "Don't go outside after 6 p.m., my mom would warn me, her eyes unusually stern. "The Walker likes little girls who wander off. It will take you away, and you'll never find your way home." As kids, we believed every word. We imagined a tall monster with long, spindly arms hiding in the mist. We were scared, but it felt like a ghost story. Until Emily disappeared. Then, that fear turned into a brutal reality. Emily was my best friend back then. She lived just a short distance from my house. We used to walk to school together, play in the backyard, or pick wild berries on the hills. Then, one morning, her seat in class was empty. Emily had vanished without a single trace. The whole town went into a panic. The adults organized search parties and looked everywhere, in the woods, by the river, in open fields, and in abandoned houses. But no one found Emily, and no one found any clues. The adults started whispering to each other about the Walker. They said Emily had been taken by that thing. She was never found. In my young, innocent mind, I believed Emily had left this world in a supernatural way. I thought a monster had swallowed her whole. The true nightmare finally reached me on an October night. After a huge argument with my mom about cleaning up my toys, I threw a tantrum. In a fit of childish anger, I snuck out the back door and ran toward the dirt road in front of our house. I just wanted to hide for a while so my mom would get worried and come looking for me. It was pitch black outside. The wind blowing through the pine trees sounded like a chorus of low whispers. As my anger started to fade and the cold began to soak through my thin shirt, I suddenly heard it. I looked back over my shoulder. A tall, dark figure was moving toward me. It walked with a heavy limp, and it made a rhythmic clicking sound, like a heavy chain being dragged across the ground. In the dead silence of the night, it made my skin crawl. I stood there, paralyzed. My mouth was open, but no sound came out. Terror washed over me and drowned everything else. I couldn't see a face. I only saw a dark silhouette and felt the undeniable sensation of being hunted. When the figure was only a few yards away, I heard my mom calling my name from the porch. My survival instinct finally kicked in. I turned and ran as fast as my legs could carry me. I could hear those limping footsteps speed up right behind me. I burst into the house, slammed the door shut, and collapsed into my mom's arms, sobbing in total horror. "I saw it! I saw the Walker! It limps, and it chased me!" My mom called the police immediately. Afterward, she paced back and forth between the windows, staring outside with a look of pure desperation. The police arrived quickly and began an investigation. Based on my description, the adults in town began to suspect a man who lived alone on the outskirts of the woods. I heard the grown-ups say he was a quiet man with a shady past who had been on the police's radar before. Some people even claimed they had seen him hanging around near the school. The police went to his house to question him, but he barricaded himself inside and refused to cooperate. When the police finally forced their way in, he chose to end his own life right before they could arrest him. The adults insisted he was guilty, claiming that's why he chose to take the coward's way out. But Emily was never found. There was no sign of her in that man's house. A few weeks later, when things finally started to settle down, my mother revealed the truth to me. The Walker was a lie. It turned out the adults had known for a long time that there was a dangerous person stalking children in town, specifically little girls. They hadn't been able to identify him yet. Instead of telling us the terrifying truth, they invented a supernatural legend. It was their way of warning us while keeping our fear under control. Perhaps believing in a monster was easier for them than accepting that the predator was just a normal man living right in the middle of our community. But that truth didn't protect Emily, and it didn't make me any less afraid. Even now, 16 years later, I am still haunted by the memory of that tall shadow and the clicking sound of those footsteps. Emily never came home, and my childhood will always be stained by that night on the dirt road. Before we continue, I just want to say thank you. MHS crossed over 10,000 subscribers in 2025, and that's all because of you. Every single view, like, and share means the world to me. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. This year, we're setting our sights on 50,000 in 2026. So if you enjoy these videos and haven't subscribed yet, now's the perfect time. Hit that button, join the community, let's grow this together. Now, back to the stories.
Listen, this is true, and I swear I can still smell it. It happened right in the old dilapidated apartment building I was designing in Chicago. The apartment had such thick walls that I could hear my neighbor's TV, their footsteps on the wooden floor, even their coughs. Apartment 3B next to me was occupied by a frail, skinny old man in his 70s who lived alone. I used to notice him getting his mail every morning. We weren't close, but I was used to his presence. In the middle of January last year, I suddenly realized I hadn't seen him for about a week. At first, I thought he might be visiting family or on vacation. But then, I started noticing unusual details. His mailbox was crammed with flyers and junk mail sticking out. The newspaper was still lying outside his door, the plastic wrapping soaked with rain, having been there for days. And most notably, apartment 3B was completely silent. I shared this with friends online. They told me to call the police immediately, but I hesitated. I convinced myself that everything was fine because I was afraid of being labeled a nuisance if he was simply out of town. That day, I decided to investigate a little. I stood outside the door of apartment 3B and rang the bell, but there was no response. I waited a moment and rang again. Still silence. I slowly pressed my ear against the door to listen, but heard no movement. I walked away, telling myself I had done my best. On the 10th day, everything changed. I opened my apartment door to leave for work and was assaulted by a horrible stench that filled the hallway. It wasn't the smell of garbage or spoiled food. It made me instantly nauseous. The odor was pungent, seemingly clinging to my clothes. I knew immediately the smell was coming from apartment 3B. I tried to convince myself that maybe he had left food in the fridge or that a small animal had died. But honestly, I couldn't help but shiver. I immediately went back inside and called 911. I explained to the operator my suspicion that something had happened to my neighbor. I hadn't seen him in over a week, and now there was a terrible smell coming from his apartment. The dispatcher told me to stay calm and that the police would be there shortly. I was completely frantic because the stench seemed to permeate everything, even me. About 10 minutes later, the police arrived with an ambulance. As soon as they stepped into the building, I saw them wince because of the odor. They knocked on the door of apartment 3B and called out loudly, but of course, there was no response. They spoke into their radios with someone, then decided to break down the door, as they had reason to believe the person inside was in danger. When the door burst open, the stench rushed out so powerfully that both police officers had to step back. One of them turned away, and I saw him throw up immediately. The other was calmer, pulled out a handkerchief to cover his nose and mouth, and stepped inside. I couldn't see clearly inside, but I heard him speaking into his radio, saying he had found a body and needed immediate assistance. He added that the body recovery would be extremely difficult. A few more police officers and medical examiners arrived. They entered apartment 3B with protective gear, masks, and gloves. I stood there trembling, not knowing what to do. One police officer approached me and asked a few questions about the old man. Things like when I last saw him, if he had any relatives, if anything seemed unusual. I answered each question mechanically and stammered, still dizzy. Then I instantly froze when I saw what would haunt me forever. From the crack under the door of apartment 3B, small white maggots began to crawl out, quietly and slowly, as if death itself was seeping onto my doorstep. I was paralyzed. Shaking all over, I turned and ran back into my apartment, slamming the door shut. I gasped for air, then ran to the bathroom and vomited. A few minutes later, I heard movement outside. They were moving the body out. I just sat there listening to everything, my mind unable to stop conjuring up horrible images. After a few hours, everything quieted down. The police and ambulance were gone, but the stench remained. Though lessened, it was enough to remind me of what had happened. I looked at the wall separating my apartment from apartment 3B. I realized that for 10 days, only a thin wall away, a man had died in complete solitude. I suffered from insomnia for many nights afterward. Every time I closed my eyes, the image of the maggots crawling out from under the door appeared. Every time I smelled a strange odor, I felt sick as if it were coming from the corpse itself. I wanted to move out but didn't have the money. I truly felt helpless. Later, through the building manager, I learned the old man died of a stroke in the bathroom. He fell to the floor, and no one was there to help. He had no children or friends. No one realized he was gone. I tried to find peace by playing with my cat, but I knew that death had changed me. You see, this story isn't just about death, it's about isolation. A man died right next to me, separated by only a thin wall for 10 days without anyone knowing. And that is the most terrifying thing. The lonely death is real, and it happened right in the apartment next to mine.
My name is Robbie, and I am 33 years old. At this age, while most of my friends are posting photos of their kids starting preschool, I am still stuck eating dinner alone in Los Angeles. I'm not poor. In fact, after years of working in finance, I've built up a very solid nest egg. But loneliness is like acid. It eats away at your sanity faster than anything else. I've had a few short-term relationships over the years. After scrolling through countless profiles on Tinder, Bumble, and Hinge with no luck, I grew exhausted with online dating. I've always wanted a family and a real partner to share my life with, but finding someone serious among thousands of digital options felt impossible. Then, one afternoon, while scrolling through Facebook, I saw an ad for a speed dating event in Orange County. The setup was simple. You talk to people for 10 minutes at a time, and if you hit it off, you exchange info at the end. It sounded refreshing. I decided to give it a shot since it felt more real than an app. After I signed up online, the organizers called me to confirm my spot and ask a few personal questions. I was completely honest. I told them about my income, my values, and my genuine desire to find a wife and build a home. The event was held on a weekend night at a lounge in Irvine. The place was filled with warm lighting and the scent of expensive perfume. There were about 10 men and 10 women there, all of whom looked successful and polite. Grace appeared during my fourth round. She was 31 and had the elegant look of a sophisticated professional. In our 10 short minutes, we didn't waste time on small talk. She asked me about the book I was reading and my goals for the future. She looked me straight in the eyes and listened as if I were the only person in the room. When the bell rang to switch seats, I felt a genuine sense of loss. But that same night, Grace texted me first. It was a subtle, high-class move that made my ego feel great. "I still have so many questions about your book. Can we keep the conversation going?" she asked. My heart raced. There was no way I was going to say no to a woman like her. Our relationship moved fast over the next few weeks. I truly felt like Grace was the one I had been searching for all these years. About 2 months into dating, Grace looked at me and asked, "How would you feel about us living together someday?" I was thrilled. I loved how proactive she was. We started talking about our finances and preparing for a future together. I proudly told her that I had $500,000 in savings. Grace smiled, but she didn't seem overly impressed or gold-digging. She casually opened the Wells Fargo app on her phone and showed me her balance. I was stunned. Over $800,000. "It's all from stock investments," she explained. "I got lucky with a few tech stocks last year." Seeing how confident and independent she was made me fall for her even harder. We started discussing the future more seriously. Grace said she wanted a big house, a loving husband, and 3 kids. "I'm ready to do whatever it takes for our little family," she told me. I was deeply moved and wanted to start our life together as soon as possible. We began house hunting and made plans to meet each other's parents. A week later, Grace called me, sounding incredibly excited. "Robbie, I found it! A gorgeous condo in Evergreen with a small yard and a big garage. The owner needs to sell fast, so it's a steal, but 3 other people are trying to put down a deposit. I already put down $100,000 of my own money to hold it. You need to wire your half right away so I can sign the final contract. I don't want to lose this." Grace sent me a photo of the deposit contract with all the details filled out. I read it over carefully, feeling a rush of adrenaline. This was going to be the biggest milestone of my life. I agreed and wired my entire $500,000 to the account Grace provided. That night, we had a sweet celebration dinner together, and that was the last time I ever saw Grace. The next day, Grace vanished from my life as if she had never existed. Every way I had to contact her was blocked. My worry quickly turned into pure panic. I drove to the address of the Evergreen Realty office listed on the contract. It wasn't a real estate office, it was just a sporting goods store. I called the broker's number on the paper, and an automated voice said the number was not in service. The world started spinning. I sat in my car, unable to process what was happening. I went to the police in a state of total shock. The officer who took my report looked at me with pity. He told me the chances of getting my money back were almost 0. "These scams are professional now," he said. "The money has likely already been withdrawn and scattered across different accounts, probably overseas." I couldn't believe this was happening to me. I'm a finance guy. I'm logical, analytical, and cautious. Yet, I had been perfectly played for both my heart and my money. I fell into a deep depression, feeling like I had lost everything. A few weeks later, while I was grabbing a drink at a bar, I bumped into a guy who had also been at that same speed dating event. He looked like a total mess. We grabbed a drink together, and I told him how I'd been scammed. "Oh my God," his voice trembled. "The same thing happened to me, but I lost almost $1.5 million. The girl I met was named Michelle. I had actually proposed to her." We sat there in stunned silence. We realized that the entire speed dating event had been an elaborate trap, set up from start to finish by a professional criminal organization. The confirmation call before the event was just a way for them to screen their targets and pick the wealthiest ones. And I had just handed them all the information they needed. I'm sure there are many other victims out there wondering how they could have been so stupid. I wonder how love can be used as such a cruel weapon. I paid $500,000 for a lesson in trust and caution. But I suppose I'm still luckier than some, even if the tuition for that lesson cost me everything I had. My name is Fiona. I am 33 years old, and I live in Portland with my husband and our 2 young children. For a long time, I thought my family was perfect and happy. But everything changed the day I discovered a horrifying truth hidden on a small USB drive tucked away in a drawer. It all started with a decision I thought was the best one of my life: having a home birth for my second child. My first experience at the hospital was traumatic. The cold fluorescent lights and the clinical, rough interventions from the machines left me with deep psychological scars. Because of that, I wanted my second birth to feel sacred and private. My husband, Michael, is 36 and works as a nurse. He supported me completely. He used his medical knowledge to set up a cozy birthing room right in our house with the help of a professional midwife. Before I went into labor, Michael suggested that we record the entire process as a keepsake. I agreed. I thought it would be a beautiful memory to look back on when we were old. So, he set up a camera and filmed everything. He captured the first contractions, the moment the baby was born, and the very first time I breastfed our son. Afterward, I moved the video onto a USB drive, deleted the original files from the computer, and locked it away in a safe box. These were incredibly private images that I believed only the two of us would ever see. A few weeks after the birth, Michael started making small suggestions. "You know, that video is a work of art," he said. "If you posted it online, it could really help other women who are scared of home births." I looked him in the eye and was very firm. "No, Michael, that is my body. That is a private family moment. I'm asking you to never bring this up again." He shrugged, seemed to agree, and promised to respect my wishes. I believed him. I truly believed the man I shared a bed with understood the boundaries of respect. 10 months later, on a quiet night while the kids were fast asleep, I was scrolling through Reddit to read some parenting tips. Suddenly, I saw a post that was an urgent warning. A mother had discovered that her birth video had been uploaded without her permission to a private fetish subreddit for people with twisted interests. My heart started racing. I felt worried for the friends I knew who had shared their birth stories publicly. Out of a mix of curiosity and fear, I clicked on the linked Google Drive folders to see how bad it was. The screen loaded, and my world collapsed. Right there on the first page, I saw a thumbnail of myself. It was a close-up shot of me during labor, from the exact camera angle I remembered. My hands shook as I opened the file. It was me. It was the day I gave birth to my second son. It was the exact video I thought was locked away. Even worse were the comments below. Strangers were discussing my body using the most disgusting language imaginable. I sat there frozen in the dark. A cold shiver ran down my spine. The USB was still in the wooden box. The original was deleted. Only one person could have done this. The next morning, I took the kids to my mother's house without saying a word. That night, I came back to confront Michael. I hid my phone in my pocket to record our conversation. "My birth video is on a fetish website," I shouted, my voice breaking as I struggled to stay standing. At first, his acting was perfect. He slammed the table, pretended to be furious, and shouted that we needed to call the FBI because we had been hacked. But then, I coldly told him the truth. The USB had never left the box, and he was the only one with the password to the old computer. His mask finally slipped. "Fine, I posted it," he said. His voice shifted from shocked to a calm, terrifyingly defensive tone. "I started a daddy blog on YouTube to use it as educational material for other fathers. I didn't think creeps would steal it and post it there." "You posted it publicly? For 10 months?" I screamed, tears streaming down my face. "You're overreacting, Fiona," he replied. "I'm a nurse. I see this stuff every day. In the medical world, it's normal. I actually got a lot of positive feedback from other men." Those words felt like a knife to the heart. He saw my body, my privacy, and our son's sacred birth as educational material. He thought it was normal for thousands of strangers to see his wife's most intimate parts. This wasn't just a mistake, it was a brutal betrayal of my dignity. I decided to file for divorce immediately. No amount of marriage counseling can fix a relationship where a husband views his wife as an object to be displayed for his own ego. Even though I have spent hours reporting the video and sending links to the FBI and cybersecurity groups, I know the bitter truth. Once something is on the internet, it stays there forever. That video is now on the hard drives of sick people out there. Now, every time I look at my son, I feel a sharp pain in my chest. The most beautiful moment of my life has been turned into a stain that can never be washed away. I am doing okay now, but I don't know how long it will take to heal from this wound. I still have my children, and I will keep moving forward for them. Today marks exactly 1 month since Will vanished from my life. Our shared apartment remains unchanged, and the faint scent of his cologne still lingers in the air. My name is Naomi. Instead of being busy planning my dream wedding, I am drowning in sleeping pills and endless nightmares. Will and I were together for 2 years. It wasn't my longest relationship, but he was the only man I ever truly loved. Then, a horrific accident took him away on Valentine's night. The news was devastating. The police found him on the subway tracks. His body was unrecognizable. He had fallen just as the train arrived. His phone was never found at the scene. My world collapsed. Everything afterward was a blur of horror, a funeral filled with the sound of grieving, while I felt nothing but a deep, hollow emptiness. I missed him, and I was consumed by regret. Before the accident, Will and I had a huge fight. I suspected him of cheating. After that night, we cut off all contact. I thought he had just walked away because he was angry, until I got the call. The silence of the house began to haunt me, and then the next terrifying thing started happening. Every single night, at exactly 3 a.m., my phone screen would light up. The caller ID made my heart stop. Will. The first time I answered, my hands were shaking violently. I pressed the phone to my ear, but there was only absolute silence. I told myself it was a sick joke from whoever had found his lost phone. On the following nights, the silence was broken. During those eerie calls, I started hearing strange noises. It was sobbing, a woman's voice. It was soft but filled with deep sorrow and pain. My old jealousy flared up like gasoline on a fire. It's her, I thought. I was convinced it was the woman Will had been seeing behind my back. The thought of his lover holding his phone and calling just to taunt me drove me insane. It all came to a head on a rainy night when the sobbing on the other end grew louder. I couldn't hold back anymore and screamed into the phone. "Who are you? Why do you have his phone?" I held my breath, waiting for an answer, but there was none. Instead, a loud, furious scream erupted from the other end, louder than the pouring rain. "You are the one who killed him, you bitch!" I dropped the phone on the floor in shock. The line went dead with a long dial tone. I was trembling all over, drenched in a cold sweat. How dare she scream at me when she was the one who destroyed my relationship? As the days passed, my body and mind wasted away. The grief pushed me to the edge of madness. 1 month after his death, I went back to that subway station. The platform was deserted. The sickly yellow neon lights cast long shadows over the tracks. I stood there, staring into the dark tunnel. Suddenly, at the far end of the platform, a familiar, tall, thin figure appeared. My eyes blurred with tears. "Will?" I whispered, unable to believe it. As I looked closer, I knew it was him. Will was standing there, wearing the coat I had bought him. My heart felt like it was bursting. I ran toward him, shouting, "Will, I'm here!" But before I could finish my sentence, the train's horn blared from the distance. The sound swallowed my voice. Will turned around. He looked at me, but his eyes were completely empty. As the train roared toward us at a terrifying speed, right before my eyes, Will threw himself onto the tracks. "No!" I screamed at the top of my lungs, reaching out, but my hands only grabbed the cold, empty air. I bolted upright in bed, heart hammering against my ribs, looking around in a panic. It was a nightmare, but it felt so real that I could still feel the chill of the station. I grabbed my phone, tears streaming down my face. I couldn't take it anymore. In a daze of misery, I typed a message to his number. "Will, please come back to me. I was wrong. I'm so sorry. Please, just come back." I hit send, buried my face in my knees, and sobbed. Suddenly, the sound of a text notification chirped very close by. I looked up, but the sound didn't come from my phone. It came from under my pillow. I reached under the pillow and pulled out a phone. It had a navy blue case with a photo of me on it. It was Will's phone. How is this here? I couldn't trust my own eyes. The screen on Will's phone lit up, showing our photo and the message I had just sent. I froze. Was I dreaming, or was this real? And then, the memories I had tried to bury for a month came rushing back, clear and brutal. On Valentine's night, we didn't lose contact over the phone. We met at the station. I had confronted him, screaming about a strange text message I'd seen. I accused him of cheating while he desperately tried to explain. In a fit of uncontrollable rage, when Will stepped closer to calm me down, I pushed him away. Hard. I saw him slip. I saw his eyes go wide with shock as he fell onto the tracks just as the train's headlights hit him. And in that horrific moment, I had picked up his phone from the floor and ran. I had run from reality. I had run from my guilt. My brain had created a perfect lie, a story where I just heard the news from someone else, a story where it was just an accident. The woman's voice sobbing on the phone wasn't anyone else. It was the recording of my own voice, crying during my sleepless nights. I sat in the dark room with my knees tucked to my chest. The clock struck 3 a.m. I used Will's phone to call myself. This time, I held both phones to my ears. "You are the one who killed him, you bitch."
My name is Xana. I'm 38 years old, and I've just gone through the most painful emotional cleansing of my entire life. For over 30 years, I lived with this strange phobia that made people want to laugh. I was terrified of rabbits. People are usually afraid of spiders, snakes, or heights, but I was horrified by the fluffy, long-eared creatures that the rest of the world sees as cute. People mocked me, but they didn't understand that in the mind of an 8-year-old child, the image of a rabbit was tied to an unforgivable crime. That fear began on Easter Sunday in 1996. That was the day I came to believe the Easter Bunny had eaten my best friend. I grew up in a small, peaceful town where everyone knew each other. Every year at Easter, Mr. Anderson, an old man who lived alone in the biggest mansion in town, would open his massive garden for the local children to have an egg hunt. It was the most anticipated event of the year. We spent the whole week bragging about our new baskets and shoes, guessing who would find the most eggs. That year, I went with Emily, my best friend. We were always together, like shadows. We arrived a bit late that day. As we walked through the mansion gates, I could already hear the other kids screaming with joy. The areas near the paths had already been picked clean. Most of the chocolate eggs in the low bushes were gone. My parents and Emily's parents were busy chatting and laughing with the other adults. Emily had already found a few eggs, but I hadn't found any yet. She nudged my arm and whispered a plan to go deep into the back of the garden to find the hidden ones. I looked where she pointed. Behind the garden was a thin patch of woods with lots of dry leaves and low branches. It looked a bit dark, but it didn't seem scary. We were excited about our secret plan. We bent down to flip over piles of leaves and reached into hollow tree trunks. Soon, we were both giggling because we found several large eggs. Then, Emily suddenly stopped. She looked up, her eyes wide, and pointed to a high branch far above our heads. There sat a very large egg, much bigger than the others, painted a bright, shiny gold. We cheered with excitement. I set my basket down and started to climb the tree. Emily stood below, constantly reminding me to be careful. After struggling for a bit, I finally reached the egg. I tucked it against my chest, feeling a rush of pride. I looked down to show off my prize, but Emily was no longer standing there. I scrambled down the tree as fast as I could. At first, I thought she was hiding to prank me. I walked around the tree trunk and looked behind the nearby bushes. Nothing. I looked toward the main yard where the other kids were still playing. The event wasn't over yet. I ran toward the edge of the woods and called her name even louder. I still believed Emily was just playing a joke, but when there was no answer, I started to panic. Finally, clutching that giant golden egg, I ran toward the adults crying. What happened next feels like a movie played on fast forward, but the images are burned into my brain. Emily's parents thought she had just run back to them at first, but when they couldn't find her in the garden, they became frantic. The sound of people calling Emily's name echoed everywhere. The happy atmosphere was replaced by pure terror. The police were called. They asked me everything: where we went, if we saw anyone, or if we noticed any strangers. I answered through my sobs. I still clearly remember Emily's mother collapsing, while her father held her tight with tears streaming down his face. As it got dark, the flashing lights of police cars filled the garden. They searched every corner and every bush. When night fell, I sat curled up in my father's lap, shaking uncontrollably. My father, in a desperate attempt to comfort me, whispered, "Don't cry, honey. Emily is okay. She just went on an adventure with the Easter Bunny." At 8 years old, I chose to believe that lie because I couldn't imagine anything worse. But that lie created a twisted connection in my brain. The Easter Bunny was a kidnapper. Emily's disappearance stayed in the national news for a few days, then weeks. But eventually, with no body and no clues, the world moved on. I didn't. Throughout my youth, I buried myself in school and work. I refused to let anyone get close to me because I was afraid the rabbit would take them too. Easter eggs became forbidden in my house. I lived like someone cursed, haunted by nightmares of a long-eared, red-eyed creature lurking outside my window. Everything changed early last year. I was sitting in my quiet office when my phone buzzed. It was my mother. Her voice was shaking, cracking with shock.
"Santa, they found Emily at the Anderson mansion."
Old Man Anderson had passed away the week before. While people were cleaning out the old mansion and taking inventory to sell the property, they found a secret door behind a bookshelf in the basement. But the most horrifying part, the part that made me drop my phone on the floor, was what the police revealed next. It wasn't the body of an 8-year-old girl. Emily had lived there. She had been in that dark basement for 29 long years. The forensic report confirmed that Emily had only passed away about a year ago from illness and exhaustion. That sick monster Anderson had snatched her from right behind my back that afternoon in 1996. He had chained my friend to a basement wall, stealing her youth, her dreams, and her entire life, all while hosting happy Easter egg hunts for the town every single year. While I was standing on a tree branch just a few feet above the ground, my friend was being dragged into a hell right beneath my feet. When I heard the truth, I broke down in tears. 38 years of suppressed pain, guilt, and irrational fear finally poured out. I cried for Emily, for a friend who suffered so much that death was likely her only escape. I cried because my own innocence was used to cover up a real-life demon. I'm not afraid of rabbits anymore, but I am more afraid of people than ever before. I fear the kind smiles of neighborly old men, the fake peace of small towns, and the evil that can hide behind the most beautiful traditions. I will always miss my best friend. I choose to remember her as that 8-year-old girl standing under the tree, smiling brightly at the sight of a golden egg. I know some losses can never be fixed. You just have to learn how to keep living with them.
My name is Mike Reynolds. I'm 30 years old, and for the past 4 years, I've worked as a forensic pathologist at the Millbrook County Morgue in Ohio. I used to think that working so closely with death was the scariest thing I would ever face. I was wrong. Millbrook is a quiet, rural town surrounded by dense, old-growth forests. Usually, our morgue only handles elderly folks who passed away from natural causes or the occasional highway accident. But that day's shift was different. 2 bodies were brought in from a mysterious crime scene at the edge of the woods, a man and a woman. When I pulled back the white sheets, I froze. There were bruises on the man's shoulder and the woman's neck, but they weren't just from a struggle. They were bite marks. They were clear, deep, and jagged. I recognized them instantly. Human teeth. But these weren't like the bites from a typical bar fight. They were savage, as if the attacker had tried to tear the flesh right off the bone. I noted the injuries in my report, took photos, and assumed the police would catch the maniac soon. After that day, my body started reacting in strange ways. That evening, I went home feeling a bit rattled. To relax, I made my favorite meal for dinner, spaghetti with meat sauce. But the moment the food touched my tongue, I nearly gagged. It didn't taste like tomato or beef. It tasted like burnt plastic and rotting cardboard. I sat there staring at my plate, unable to believe what I was tasting. I brushed it off, thinking I was just stressed. I tried a glass of red wine, but the liquid was bland and gritty, like sewer water. A hunger began to claw at me, a burning, hollow hunger deep in my stomach, but every normal food I tried was repulsive. Within a week, I lost nearly 10 pounds. My face became gaunt, and my eyes were sunken with dark, purplish circles. Paradoxically, my stomach always felt tight and bloated, heavy as if I had swallowed a large stone. Every night, I woke up at 3 a.m., drenched in sweat with a thick, metallic taste in my throat. One morning, while brushing my teeth, I saw something stuck between my back molars. I pulled it out with some floss. It was a small piece of meat, tough, stringy, and starting to dry out. My heart hammered against my ribs. I hadn't eaten meat in 3 days. Panic began to take over. I started to fear myself. Was I sleepwalking? Was I having some kind of mental breakdown? To find the answer, I hid a small camera in the corner of my bedroom, facing my bed. The first 2 nights were peaceful, but on the 3rd night, when I woke up at 6 a.m., my clothes were covered in mud and thick, dark stains. Trembling, I opened the footage from 2 a.m. In the grainy, black and white video, I watched myself sit up. But it wasn't how a normal person wakes up. I tumbled onto the floor, my back arching in a distorted, unnatural way. My hands and feet hit the ground at the same time. I wasn't walking, I was moving on all 4s. My shadow on the video moved with terrifying speed, agile, wild, and jerky, like a hyena catching the scent of prey. I watched myself crawl to the window, snout tilted up to sniff the air, and then I vanished into the darkness outside. That morning, I went to the office feeling like a stranger in my own skin. A new body had been brought in overnight, and rumors were flying through the police station. The bite marks were back. This time, a large chunk of flesh was missing from the victim's forearm. I didn't dare look at the corpse. I ran to the security office and forced the guard to let me see the footage from the cold storage area. There it was, at the same time, 2 a.m. A dark shape blurred across the screen so fast the camera could barely catch it. It moved low to the ground on all 4 limbs. "Probably just a stray dog getting in through the vents, Doc. I've seen it a few times," the guard said, his eyes glued to his newspaper. I stood there frozen, my face pale and my hands clenched. That movement was identical to what I saw in my bedroom. It wasn't a dog, it was me. In a final moment of clarity, I realized the truth. This wasn't a psychological issue. I remembered those first 2 strange bodies found deep in the woods, with decay that didn't look natural. Perhaps during the autopsy, I had accidentally inhaled spores, or a rare parasite had entered through a tiny scratch on my hand. A virus or parasite hidden in the deep woods, capable of turning its host into a nocturnal predator that feeds on carrion and body fluids. I submitted my resignation immediately, blaming my failing health. I packed my things, threw away my phone, and drove out of Millbrook that afternoon. I moved to a secluded rental on the state border where no one knows my name. But running didn't solve the problem. The hunger is still here. Ugh, it's tearing at my insides right now. My stomach is starting to feel tight again, and when I look in the mirror, I see my pupils beginning to narrow, sharper, more feral. I realize now that this parasite isn't just eating dead flesh, it's rewriting my biology. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold out much longer. Tonight, as the wind howls from the woods behind the house, I feel that urge again. The urge to drop down onto all fours and sprint into the dark. My biggest fear isn't that I will die. It's that one night, I'll wake up and realize the raw meat under my fingernails doesn't belong to an anonymous corpse anymore.
I'm Francis, and I grew up in a tiny spot called Mill Creek, Wyoming. I was raised by a single mom. Words like strict and rules weren't really in her vocabulary, but there was one thing she told me never to do: go near the house of old Harold Crane. Harold lived in a trailer on the edge of town and made a living by going through people's trash at night to find stuff to sell or turn into something else to sell. He only did this after dark. My mom said Harold was a monster and that he had killed a good friend of hers in high school. That was all she ever said about it. I think it was too painful for her. Over the years, I would overhear little bits of information about Harold's life and the murder he got away with. People said never to walk around the town lake at night because Harold would probably be wandering around there. Not everyone was afraid of Harold, though. Some people seemed to pity him. I remember when I was about 14, I was hanging out with a friend, and his mom was with us. My friend mentioned Harold like he was the boogeyman, but his mom said, "All that poor man wants is to be left alone." I deeply remembered her expression and her tone of voice. It wasn't until much later that I understood the reason behind it. When I was 17, my mom got drunk one night and told me the story of how Harold had killed her best friend. She was crying and looking at old high school photos. Even though he sometimes partied too much, he was a good person, and it's heartbreaking to have his life end at such a young age. My mom said it was an outdoor party with her and her friends. My mom's best friend had gone into the bushes to pee. Suddenly, he saw a person carrying what looked like a child over his shoulder, walking through the brush. My mom's friend yelled out, and the person immediately ran away. He chased after the person, but when he caught up, the guy dropped the child and turned around, shooting the poor friend repeatedly. He fell down instantly, with no time to react. The child they saved was taken to the hospital, but ended up dying anyway because of a massive amount of tranquilizers in their system. My mom insisted that Harold was the one who shot her friend, but for some reason, he was never arrested or went to jail. Now I understood why people were either so scared of him or hated him so much. The hatred simmered for months until I decided I had to do something. I told a couple of friends my idea. One said he had asked his dad about the kid who died from a drug overdose, and his dad confirmed it was true. However, the kid was found in town, not near the lake. That small detail didn't matter. The story was basically the same, and Harold had to pay for what he did years ago. That night, I hatched my plan. I was going to walk to his trailer around midnight and burn it down. I knew it was a stupid idea. It might kill him. But all I could think about at the time was the sight of him waking up, running out, standing there angry, and having to move away. I didn't have any money, so I stole a can of paint thinner from the school's art supplies closet. I lied and said I was going home after a bonfire with friends. In reality, I headed toward Harold's place. It took me about an hour to walk. When I was about half a mile away, I turned off my flashlight and walked along the water's edge until I saw the light from Harold's trailer. I watched until the TV sound inside stopped and the light went out. I waited a little longer until everything was completely silent. Then, I took the can of paint thinner from my backpack and started to creep forward. I was pretty confident, thinking I had approached without being seen. But then, just as I was about to open the paint thinner can, I suddenly heard a loud click from the right. I immediately recognized the sound of a gun. "What you got there, boy?" I froze, knowing it was Harold, and he had caught me red-handed. I didn't say anything. Harold then told me to drop what I was holding. He shined a flashlight on me, ordering me to turn around so he could see my face. At that moment, my body was almost paralyzed. I was trembling as he rushed forward and spun me around. When he saw me, he quickly shoved me away. I fell backward, too scared to even beg for mercy. He just stared at me for a moment, then called my name out loud to confirm. I was stunned. He not only knew my name, but also who my mom was. After I nodded to confirm, he said, "I've been wondering how long it would take for you to show up." Harold invited me inside and promised to tell me everything I wanted to know. When I sat down, he asked what my mother had told me about him. Though I was still quite scared, I was brave enough to express that I hated him for killing my mom's friend. Harold only smiled as I recounted the event in my mother's version. He didn't interrupt at all, but when I finished, he told me, "All right, kid. Here's what really happened." My mom's friend was a big troublemaker, and even though people tried to help, he only got worse. The night he was killed, the person walking by the lake with the child over his shoulder wasn't Harold. It was my mother's friend. In reality, the situation was nearly the opposite. Harold was out trash picking as usual when he stumbled upon a group of drunk teenagers walking by the lake at night. He followed them to make sure they didn't walk towards his trailer. Harold noticed that one of the teenagers was carrying something over his shoulder that looked like an unconscious child. Harold moved closer and heard the teenagers planning to do something terrible to that unconscious child. As soon as he heard that, Harold turned on his flashlight and told them to drop the child. The person carrying the child was my mom's old high school friend. He pulled out a knife and was preparing to stab the child in the chest when Harold fired a few shots into his chest, and he died instantly. Harold said he didn't get a good look at the other teenagers who ran away, but one of them was definitely a girl. Afterward, he carried the child into town and left her at the gas station, where an employee was working the night shift. That employee called 911, but Harold didn't stay. He just told the employee there was a dead body near the lake, and the police should go there. He was the one who did it. The police stopped by the next morning and arrested Harold. But his story checked out, and the parents of the missing girl were so relieved to have their daughter back home that they could only thank him. To them, Harold was a hero. However, Harold didn't feel like a hero. He had promised himself never to hurt another human being as long as he lived. That's why he lived in isolation. If he could have saved that little girl's life, it would have been worth it. But she was probably already dying from the tranquilizers the moment he saw her. He was tormented that the criminals were still walking free. So, he stayed away from town, unable to bear living near the former criminals who were now adults. He didn't know exactly who they were, but he thought my mother was very likely one of them. Harold said he didn't care if I believed him or not. He only wanted me to do one thing: go home, tell my mother what he had just told me, then look her in the eye and ask if it was all true. I did exactly that. It's best not to detail how that conversation went. Our relationship was never repaired. Since that night, I've carried a heavy feeling, disgust with myself for planning to do something so foolish, and heartbreak knowing the harsh truth about my mother. I often wonder if I can ever forgive her. Nearly 20 years have passed, and I haven't dared to return to Wyoming, because every road and every house there reminds me of the night that changed my entire life. Dami's Instagram message popped up one evening. I stared at the name on my screen. It had been 3 years since the last time she'd called me, sobbing, saying she was leaving Miami for a fresh start. I miss you so much. Can we meet up? I immediately messaged Dami back. For 3 years, a knot of guilt and worry about her had stayed with me. I was part of the reason Dami left. That year, we were both college seniors. I had introduced Dami to a guy in my photography club named Carrie. To be honest, Carrie and I weren't close, we were just acquaintances. But Dami told me she liked him right away, so I agreed to make the introduction. However, Dami's hopes didn't pan out. Even though she persistently pursued him for 6 months, Carrie turned her down. After the heartbreak, Dami decided to move to Seattle. She said she needed to leave to forget him. I still wondered if she would have suffered so much if I hadn't introduced them. When we finally met up, Dami chose a busy downtown coffee shop. I barely recognized her. She had changed so much. She had long hair, a smoking hot figure, and porcelain white skin. But the strange thing was, she wore a mask the whole time. Even when she sipped her coffee, she'd only pull it down a little and then put it right back up. At first I was even suspicious, but when I heard her familiar voice, I was sure it was my old friend. We talked for a long time. Then she pulled out her phone and scrolled through a few pictures. My jaw dropped. On the screen was Carrie, the guy from the photography club. We've been together for a year now. He finally understood how I felt. I was totally surprised. Wow, I'm so happy for you. Seriously, I was curious and asked how they finally got together, but Dami didn't tell me. She just shrugged and gave a shy smile. We said goodbye after about an hour of catching up. I felt a huge sense of relief. Maybe everything had finally worked out. A few days later, I was having coffee with a coworker at a different cafe. After a while, a woman walked in. She stopped and looked straight at me. Her gaze made me uncomfortable because I didn't know her at all, but her body and outfit were really eye-catching. She had a stylish short haircut, tanned skin, and full lips. After staring at each other for a few seconds, she walked over to a table in the opposite corner of the shop. I noticed her handbag looked really familiar. I thought I had seen that bag. Dami was carrying it the other day, I was pretty sure. Soon after, a man brought over their drinks. They started talking, looking very flirty. But then my heart seemed to stop when I got a clear look at his face. Dami said they were dating, but he was here with someone else. And then they kissed. "What is it?" my coworker asked. "I think I just uncovered a huge secret," I whispered. I watched them laughing and talking happily. This wasn't a quick casual hookup. This was a couple on a serious date. After that coffee date, I thought about it constantly. Should I tell Dami? She was already heartbroken by him once. If I told her, she would suffer again. But if I didn't say anything, I would be letting her live a lie. One morning, I was making breakfast when I saw a news report on TV about a murder. The victim, Jess Torres, had died in her apartment. Her boyfriend, Carrie Matthews, 27, was seriously injured and in critical condition. The suspect, Dominique Sarah Lawson. Police's initial assessment was that the crime was related to a romantic dispute. I froze, staring at the 3 portraits on the TV screen. Carrie Matthews, he was Dami's boyfriend. Dominique Sarah Lawson was a complete stranger to me, but her personal information perfectly matched the Dami I knew. My hands trembled. My brain couldn't process the information. Dami said she was dating him, but the news said he was dating Jessica, and now Jessica was dead. He was hurt, and Dami was the suspect. Wait, this was the woman I saw with him at the coffee shop. I quickly grabbed my phone to call Dalmi, but it just went to a disconnected tone. Everything was spinning in my head. I couldn't understand any of it. A few days later, the official news about the case was released after a thorough police investigation. I followed every detail. Then the truth was revealed, with terrifying pieces of the puzzle appearing one by one. It turned out Domi had gotten plastic surgery multiple times over the past 2 years. The first time was to look like a girl named Rachel, Carrie's first girlfriend after he rejected Domi. The second time was to look like Jessica, his next girlfriend and the victim of the crime. I thought back to how Domi wore a mask the whole time we met. Now I understood. It was to hide a face recovering from surgery. And the girl I saw at the coffee shop with my coworker wasn't Jessica. It was Domi. The news added that a restraining order had been issued 2 years ago. Domi had been harassing and threatening Carrie and his girlfriends. Domi had never gone to Seattle. She had stayed in Miami, constantly changing residences to follow Carrie. After much hesitation, I went to visit Domi at the psychiatric hospital. I looked at her for a long time. Everything about her had completely changed. Suddenly, Domi looked at me with hateful eyes. "You think you can keep rejecting me forever?" His next girlfriend, and the one after that, they will all be me. Domi started having a breakdown, screaming and smashing things. I left, scared. On the way home, I thought about a friendship that had once been so great. But then, because of a blind, obsessive love, my friend was willing to give up everything. She was cutting herself away, little by little. I wondered, if I hadn't introduced her to Carrie that day, would things have been different? If I had seen the warning signs earlier, could I have pulled Domi back before she went too deep? I don't have the answer. I only know that sometimes the emotion called love, if left untreated, can become a poison that destroys a whole person. They don't die right away, but they disappear, little by little. I came to the wealthy Barnes estate to work as a caregiver for Mr. Walter, who was 70 years old. The person who hired me was his daughter-in-law, Rebecca. On the day I started, she met me at the gate, gave me a tour, and shared some information. "My father might be difficult for you. He's in the middle stages of Alzheimer's disease. Plus, he has diabetes, so the care is quite complicated. I hope you can handle it well." I nodded, because I felt confident in my experience. I started work that day. I was arranged to live on the estate, but in the separate staff quarters. The large main house was only occupied by Mr. Walter and Rebecca. Although Rebecca had warned me, everything truly exceeded my imagination. The first week, Mr. Walter continuously caused trouble. He forced me to drink a strange liquid that left a slimy feeling stuck to my tongue all day. The next day, the toilet, bedroom, and hallway around his room were flooded with water, toilet paper, and even waste. Mr. Walter had caused it all on purpose. One evening, I finished cleaning quite late because Mr. Walter had been more disruptive than usual that day. His blood sugar levels were also high, so I had to monitor him constantly. After stepping out of the laundry room, I jumped because I heard a loud noise from the kitchen. I froze when I saw Mr. Walter crouched in front of the wooden pantry cabinet, using a large knife to try to pry open the hinges. Seeing me, he started, turned around, his eyes wide, gripping the knife tightly and swinging it forward to threaten me. "You took it, didn't you? I have to find it." My whole body was frozen stiff, terrified because I was alone facing him. It took me nearly an hour to coax him back to bed, give him his sedative, and watch him for another hour before I felt safe leaving. The next morning, I took him out onto the balcony for fresh air. I went back inside to get a jacket, and when I returned, he was gone. I found him in the garden, digging in the dirt with his bare hands, his fingernails full of mud and blood. I buried it here, or over there, or is it inside the house? I quickly pulled him up, but I was instantly shoved down. A full-blown crisis ensued, and that day, I was busy from morning until late at night. His illness showed signs of worsening. I had to set alarms for certain times during the night to check on him continuously. One night, I went to check. I was startled and almost screamed when I saw Mr. Walter standing in the living room. He was repeatedly hitting his head against the wall with great force. A lot of blood was running down his forehead. I have to remember. I rushed to hold him tight, but his strength in his agitated state was astonishing. I yelled loudly for a few other helpers to come assist. We wrestled with him until he was exhausted and agreed to be led back to his room. I sat up all night to watch him. My body ached, and my eyes and head felt heavy from lack of sleep. Now I understood why the previous caregivers left in less than a month, but I desperately needed the money, so I chose to stay and continue. The next day, I went to the storage shed to find his wheelchair. I planned to try taking Mr. Walter outside every morning. A change of scenery might help improve his memory. While searching, I unexpectedly discovered a box tucked away in a corner behind a cabinet. It was made of dark wood and was exquisitely carved. I guessed it was something valuable, so I planned to give it back to Rebecca. But as soon as I turned around, I jumped because Mr. Walter was standing right at the shed door. I called out, but he didn't respond. His gaze was fixed on the box in my hands. He stepped in, closed the door, and then forcefully snatched the box. "Don't give that to her. Mr. Walter, are you lucid right now?" He opened the box. Inside were many papers. He took them out and told me to read them. I opened the folder. Inside were death certificates and case files for his wife, his son, a gardener, and a previous caregiver. They all had different causes of death. Rebecca did all of this. She wants my assets, so she eliminated all the heirs. Why didn't you call the police? The sickness came too fast. I can't even remember my own name. Some days I remember everything, but I can't remember where I hid the box. Rebecca knows I have the evidence. She still needs me. She's taking advantage of my Alzheimer's so that one day she can force me to sign a fake will. But the caregiver and the gardener weren't related to your property because they were the ones close to me. She was afraid that when I was lucid, I might reveal the secret. The people who left were people I intentionally chased away, fearing they would be the next victims. You too, do me a favor. Take the box back to your room and give it to the police tomorrow. I didn't ask again. I took the box back to my room, feeling absolutely overwhelmed and confused. From that moment on, Mr. Walter didn't say anything else. He just sat on the porch, staring into the distance. At midnight, I and the other workers woke up when we smelled smoke. We watched in horror as bright red flames erupted from the first floor of the main house. The fire spread incredibly fast. By the time the fire department arrived, the entire house was engulfed in flames. They found 2 bodies in the ashes. One was Mr. Walter, found in the living room. The other was Rebecca, in an upstairs bedroom. The door had been locked from the outside. I did what Mr. Walter had asked. I gave the box to the police and told them everything. They launched an investigation. After 3 months, the evidence confirmed the truth. I left the Walter estate on a cold winter morning, carrying an unforgettable memory. I will never forget Rebecca's final screams in the fire, or the image of Mr. Walter sitting silently on the porch that afternoon. And more than anything, I felt gratitude. If Mr. Walter hadn't chosen to end it all, who knows, I might have been the next victim.
Hello. I am a woman in my early 50s. The terrifying story I'm about to tell happened in the apartment complex where I used to live back in 2014. At the time, my family lived in a modest apartment building in Washington. It wasn't a huge place. It was mostly filled with middle-class families and working people, so the atmosphere was generally peaceful. One day, I saw a notice saying someone new was moving into the unit right next door. From the neighborhood gossip, I heard it was a young man moving in with his elderly disabled mother. About a week after they moved in, the young neighbor knocked on my door to introduce himself. He was quite shy and apologized in advance. He explained that his mother suffered from mental illness and might scream or bang on the walls at night. He hoped my family would understand. I liked him immediately because he was so polite. I told him not to worry, saying that hearing noises like that is just part of apartment living. He thanked me several times and went back inside. However, despite his warning, the apartment next door was strangely silent for the next 2 months. I almost never heard any of the screaming or banging he had mentioned. Then, one evening, while my family was in the living room watching TV, a series of loud noises suddenly erupted from next door. It sounded like furniture being smashed. Immediately after, I heard a man shouting and swearing loudly, his voice full of rage and aggression. The shouting lasted for a few minutes, mixed with the sound of heavy thuds, and then everything went dead silent. At the time, we just figured the mother was having an episode and the son was struggling to hold her down. Since everything went back to normal after that, we didn't think much more about it. 2 weeks after that incident, I happened to share an elevator with a young man. He looked to be about the same age as my neighbor, but he was much taller, with sharp facial features and cold, emotionless eyes. When the elevator reached my floor, he stepped out, walked straight to the unit next door, casually punched in the door code, and walked inside. I felt a little confused. My neighbor had told me only he and his mother lived there. This man clearly wasn't him, but I figured it was probably just a friend or a relative visiting, so I brushed off my suspicion and went into my own home. A few days later, it was my youngest son's birthday. I made a large batch of cupcakes and brought them to the neighbors as a way to share the celebration. When I got to the unit next door, the person who opened the door was the same strange man I had seen in the elevator. I smiled, held out the box of cupcakes, and explained why I was there. Then, I casually asked where the other young man was, mentioning that he had come over to introduce himself before. As soon as I said that, the man's entire demeanor changed. His face twisted in annoyance, and his eyes turned ice cold. He insisted that he was the woman's son, and told me I must have the wrong person. I tried to explain that maybe I was just misremembering, but before I could finish, he shoved the box of cupcakes back at me. He told me never to show up there again, and slammed the door in my face. I stood in the hallway for a few seconds, both baffled and upset by how rude he was. A few days later, during the morning, I heard loud shouting in the hallway. When I peeked out, I saw a middle-aged woman standing in front of the neighbor's door, knocking repeatedly and looking very frustrated. I asked her what was going on and learned she was the landlord. She complained that the rent hadn't been paid for months and she couldn't get a hold of the tenants. She kept calling out and banging on the door, her voice getting sharper and more impatient. I didn't want to get involved in someone else's business, so I closed my door and went back to my chores. But not long after, the building erupted into chaos. I heard police sirens and the sound of heavy footsteps rushing down the hall. When I looked out, I saw several police officers standing in front of the unit next door, quickly taping off the area. Neighbors started gathering in the hall, everyone confused and scared about what was happening. By that afternoon, the truth came out and spread through the building like wildfire. Inside that apartment across from me, the police had found a man's body hidden in the freezer. It was the polite young man who had knocked on my door to apologize for his mother. The strange man I had met in the elevator and spoken to at the door just days before was his killer. The murderer hadn't even tried to run away. For months, he had been living in that apartment, coming and going, as if he were the disabled woman's son. Because the mother had severe mental illness and wasn't fully aware of her surroundings, the imposter went undetected for a long time. Even more shocking was the police investigation's discovery that the killer was actually the victim's best friend. Looking back, I realized that the smashing sounds and the angry shouting my family had heard weeks earlier was likely the moment the murder took place. Just thinking about how I had casually walked past that door every day and even stood there talking to a killer while the body was just feet away in a freezer makes my skin crawl. After the investigation, the victim's mother was moved to a specialized care facility. My family and several other neighbors decided to move out shortly after to leave that haunted building behind. But even though I've moved away, the horrific memories of that year are burned into my mind, and I don't think they will ever fade.
One night, when my hunger and exhaustion had reached their breaking point, I decided to drive to Popeyes. It seemed like a harmless decision, but it dragged me into an experience so horrific that it has haunted me for the rest of my life. This happened last August. At the time, I was a sophomore at Rice University, and my name is Fiona. I was staying up late trying to finish a term paper. Around 11 p.m., my stomach started growling. I realized I hadn't eaten anything since breakfast. Remembering a new Popeyes that had opened on Westheimer Road, I grabbed my coat and keys and headed out. I pulled into the Popeyes right at midnight. The parking lot was empty, except for an old white van parked out of sight behind the building. I pushed the door open, and the air inside was hot and thick with the smell of deep fryer grease. I walked up to the counter, but there was no one there. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the empty lobby. I waited for a moment, and when no one answered, I called out again. This time, a man slowly emerged from the back. The way he moved was bizarre, slow and stiff, like a puppet being controlled by someone who didn't know how to pull the strings. "Can I help you?" His voice was strained, as if he wasn't used to speaking. I froze when I got a good look at his face. He was gaunt, with pale, lifeless skin and deep, dark circles under his eyes. When he smiled, I saw yellowed teeth and a missing front tooth. I tried to keep my cool and quickly placed my order: a spicy chicken combo, large fries, and a Coke. I spoke fast, wanting to get my food and get out of there as soon as possible. He nodded and started punching buttons on the register. His fingers moved slowly and clumsily. I felt a jolt of fear when I noticed his fingernails were unusually long and caked with black dirt underneath. A wave of unease washed over me. It took him 3 tries just to swipe my card. The whole time he didn't look at the screen. He stared directly at my neck, his lips mumbling something I couldn't understand. "It'll be 10 minutes, he said, then turned his back and walked into the kitchen. I sat down at a table near the window and pulled out my phone, hoping to distract myself from the creeping anxiety. But a few minutes later, I bolted upright at the sound coming from the kitchen. There was a series of dry coughs, the sound of someone spitting, and then a noise like someone was gagging and vomiting. My body went stiff, and a wave of nausea hit me. Part of me wanted to run to my car right then, but a mix of curiosity and terror kept my feet glued to the floor. I stood up and crept toward the counter, trying to peek through the small gap in the service door. I completely froze. He was standing there with his back to me. On the prep table was my meal box. He was holding a large bottle of ketchup, but the cap was ripped off. He jammed the bottle against his mouth, and then, with a violent heave of his chest, he vomited a thick, dark liquid directly into the ketchup bottle. He put the cap back on, gave it a light shake, and calmly started squeezing that disgusting mixture onto my spicy chicken. I couldn't help it. A small sob of disgust escaped my throat. Instantly, his thin head snapped around 180 degrees toward me. The smile was gone. In its place was a look of pure, manic rage. His pupils dilated until they took over his entire eyes. "You saw that, didn't you?" He hissed the words through his teeth. My heart stopped when I saw him reach for a large kitchen knife. The blade was dull and covered in dark stains. I didn't see anything. I'm leaving." I backed away, tripping over a plastic chair behind me. "You aren't going anywhere," he roared. He vaulted over the counter with terrifying speed, moving completely differently than he had before. "You saw too much." I spun around and sprinted for the glass door. I could hear his footsteps right behind me, and his wild, animal-like screams made the hair on my neck stand up. I ran for my life across the parking lot, my hands shaking as I fumbled to unlock my car. Just as I jumped inside and hit the locks, there was a loud thud. He had slammed the knife into my car window, leaving a deep, jagged scratch in the glass. I floored the gas, my tires screeching on the pavement. In the rearview mirror, under the sickly yellow streetlights, he stood there holding the knife high, barking out nonsense words. I drove way over the speed limit until I reached a well-lit parking lot to catch my breath. With my heart racing, I dialed 911 and shakingly told the operator everything that had happened. About 10 minutes later, the police arrived at the Popeyes. But what they found was even more horrifying than what I had seen. The man was named Dale, a heavy meth addict in the middle of a violent hallucination. He wasn't an employee. The actual night shift worker, a 19-year-old kid named Mike, had been brutally murdered by Dale. Mike's body was found in the industrial freezer, stuffed between bags of frozen chicken. Dale had taken over the store for 2 hours, playing the role of a server while his mind was completely gone. The knife he used to chase me was the same weapon that had killed Mike. Even worse, the police found 3 other meal boxes that had been prepared the same way mine was. Dale was arrested on the spot. I spent the next 6 months in therapy. The nightmares about the man with the knife and the ketchup bottle wouldn't stop. To this day, I can't eat fast food. The smell of grease makes me physically ill. That night, I came face to face with a real-life monster. The memory is burned into my brain, and I know I'll be carrying it for a long, long time.
My name's Miguel, and I've been working at a Taco Bell in Cleveland, Ohio for almost 2 years now. That awful day, I was on the afternoon shift. The clock on the wall said 5:37 p.m., and customers were just coming and going like usual. All I wanted was for the shift to end so I could head home and catch the baseball game. Then I heard a car horn blaring from the drive-thru. It snapped me right out of it. I looked up and saw a white car stopped at the ordering window. Right behind it, barely a yard away, was a black pickup. Something felt off. The white car wasn't moving forward like they normally do, and from where I stood, I could see the woman inside checking her rearview mirror over and over, looking freaked out. I stepped away from the counter, walked over to the window and slid it open. "You okay? Please call the cops. That guy in the truck's been tailing me since the freeway. He hit my bumper twice. I think he's drunk, or just insane." I glanced over at the pickup. The windshield caught the sunlight just right so I couldn't see who was inside at first. Then the driver's door flew open. Out stepped this tall guy, maybe early 50s, silver hair all wild, beard thick and scruffy. He looked wobbly, like he could barely stand straight. Drunk, for sure. I whipped out my phone. My heart started racing. I dialed 911, not taking my eyes off him for a second. Then he stopped, just a few meters from the woman's car, the Honda, and pulled a handgun from his waistband. I swear, my blood turned to ice. "Stop! I'm calling the cops. They're on their way." I shouted. The dispatcher was saying something, but I couldn't make out a word. The guy turned toward me, eyes locked on mine. Bloodshot, empty, eyes that'd stick with me forever. No hesitation. He lifted the gun and fired. The first shot tore across my right cheek, white hot and blinding. I hit the floor hard, phone slipping right out of my hand. I touched my face and felt warm blood pouring down. It didn't feel deep, probably just a graze, but the pain hit me like a truck. And the fear, man, that fear had teeth. I started trying to crawl away from the window, but then bang! Another shot. Agony exploded in my left arm. I looked down and saw blood pumping out of a hole in my Taco Bell shirt. I clamped my right hand over the wound, trying to stop the bleeding, but the blood just kept pushing through my fingers, bright and fast. I bit down on my lip, just to keep from screaming. Every muscle in my body locked up in pain. Lying there on the floor, I could still see through the drive-through window, and what I saw felt straight out of a damn horror movie. He was walking toward the Honda, gun aimed right at the driver's window. The woman inside was scrambling to climb over to the passenger seat, trying to shove the door open. But it was too late. 3 more gunshots. The window blew out in a spray of glass, tiny shards raining down onto the pavement. The woman's scream cut through the air, loud, piercing, and then silence. My head was spinning, from the blood loss, from the panic. I looked out the window again. He was just standing there, middle of the Taco Bell parking lot, gun still in his hand, face calm, too calm. Sirens were wailing somewhere in the distance, but they were too late. He glanced around for a second, like he was admiring the damn sunset or something. Then, slow as hell, he raised the gun to his own head. I shut my eyes. Bang! When I opened them, he was on the ground, face up, not moving, blood spreading under his skull like ink on paper. I was still on the floor, gasping, heart racing, ears ringing from the shots. My whole body was shaking like I couldn't stop. I heard footsteps, people shouting, the sirens getting louder. Then someone dropped down next to me, a coworker. She pressed a towel to my arm, kept saying something over and over, but I couldn't make out a word. All I could see was his eyes. Those empty, hollow eyes, the flash of the gun, her scream. Afterward, the cops told me their names. Nicole Williams, 25, James Harmon, 53. He had a history of mental illness. 2 total strangers. 1 messed up road rage incident turned into something out of a nightmare. I still haven't gone back to work. Not sure if I ever will, at least not to that Taco Bell. I'm taking it one day at a time, trying to work through the mental scars. But I know this much. I'm damn lucky to still be here, grateful, and I don't take a single day for granted anymore. There are moments in life you wish you could erase from memory. For me, that was the summer night in 2006. 20 years have passed, but I still wake up every night with the image of Mark. Or rather, what was left of him. That year, Mark, my best friend since high school, and Joey, a young colleague, planned a 3-day camping trip to Harold Parker State Forest, Massachusetts. We need to escape the machine noise. It's time to relax after a long period, Mark said as we packed our gear. He was always the most energetic one in the group. We set off on a weekend morning, Mark's pickup truck loaded with tents, sleeping bags, and canned food. Joey sat in the middle, constantly telling spooky stories about the forest. The first 2 days passed peacefully. We fished by the small lake, grilled smoked meat over a campfire, and told old stories. Mark could laugh heartily at Joey's silly jokes. Everything was so peaceful. I felt my body truly relaxed after months. On the second night, I woke up to a sound outside the tent. It sounded like footsteps on dry leaves. I looked around and didn't see Mark, only heard Joey's heavy snoring. I unzipped the tent and poked my head out. The campfire had completely died out, leaving only a few red embers. I turned to wake Joey. "Do you know where Mark went?" Joey rubbed his eyes, looking around. "Maybe he went to pee and will be right back." But 15 minutes passed, and Mark still didn't return. I started to feel uneasy. Mark wasn't one to play these kinds of jokes. We grabbed flashlights and started searching. "Hey, David!" Joey called out from the trail. I ran to him. The flashlight beam shone on a blue t-shirt, Mark's shirt. It was discarded by the side of the trail. "We need to find him quickly." We followed the trail, finding another one of Mark's belongings every few meters: jeans, sneakers, even the watch he cherished so much. The night wind rustled through the leaves. Joey walked close beside me, his breathing heavy in the cold air. "This isn't normal," Joey whispered. The trail started to narrow, flanked by dense tree trunks. The flashlight beam only illuminated a few meters ahead. I tried to swallow, but my throat was as dry as a desert. My legs felt heavy. "David, I don't think we should continue." But I couldn't stop. Mark was my best friend. I had to find him. Finally, the trail led to a small clearing. I raised my flashlight, the light sweeping from left to right. At first, I only saw dirt and dry leaves. Then the light stopped in the middle of the clearing. My heart stopped for a few seconds. I adjusted the flashlight to see more clearly. A person lay face down on the ground, unclothed. But where the head should be, there was nothing. Joey immediately vomited, and I stood there like a stone statue, unable to believe my eyes. "No way." I screamed. I slowly walked forward, my trembling legs disobeying me. The flashlight in my hand shook. I silently prayed this wasn't Mark. But then I saw the small mole on his left shoulder, the V-shaped scar on his back from when Mark fell off his bike at 12 years old, the silver ring on his thumb. Oh my God, Mark. My stomach clenched. I retched, my body shaking with spasms. Joey sobbed behind me. I stumbled to my feet, my legs weak. Everything around me spun. I grabbed Joey's arm, and we both helped each other out of this horrific clearing. We ran through the forest like two madmen, crashing into tree trunks and stumbling, but not daring to stop. Our gasps echoed in the darkness. Back at the camp, I threw everything I could grab into the truck, mumbling incessantly. Joey sat on the ground, holding his head and crying. I had to pull him into the car and start the engine. The drive back to town was a nightmare. I drove at a frantic pace, Joey still vomiting uncontrollably. As soon as we were out of the forest, we stopped and called the police. The police quickly arrived, cordoned off the area, and examined the body while we couldn't go back there. I sat at the police station, moving like a robot, constantly answering questions. The police searched the entire forest, but found no sign of Mark's head, no murder weapon, no scattered blood. The case slowly became a cold file in the police department's archives. 20 years have passed. I got married and moved to California, but Mark's death remains a haunting nightmare that never fades. I often dream of him, dream of the flashlight beam shining on that headless neck. I don't know what took Mark, but I know one thing for sure. It wasn't something a human could explain. Name's Richard, but folks just call me Ricky. I've been with the Anne Arundel County Police Department in Maryland for over 12 years. My old man was a cop too. To me, this badge, it ain't just a job. It's a promise to protect, to serve. But I never imagined that promise would shove me face first into the most gut-wrenching moment of my life. The kind where you have to choose your life or somebody else's. It was one of those mornings. Light rain, kinda chillier than it should have been. I threw on a thin jacket and headed out for my morning shift. Halfway through, the dispatcher came over the radio. Distress call, Oak Ridge neighborhood. Caller was a woman named Beverly Sess, mid-50s. Said she was being held hostage by her own son, named Danta. The son had some serious mental issues, violent episodes, and unpredictable behavior. Me and my partner, Mike Garcia, were sent out right away. On the drive over, we got an update. Danta says, 20 years old, prior run-ins with the law, resisted arrest more than once, history of aggression. We rolled up to the address, a plain, single-story red brick home, looked totally normal. None of the neighbors seemed to suspect a damn thing. I knocked, announced myself as police. Nothing. But there were sounds inside, low, muffled. We got Beverly back on the line. She whispered, barely audible, that Danta had her locked in the living room, wouldn't let her open the door. We followed protocol, kicked in the door, weapons drawn. The place was pitch black. Took a few seconds for my eyes to catch up. That's when I saw her, Beverly, slumped on the couch, face swollen and purple, barely holding it together. And right next to her, Danta, standing stiff like a loaded spring, eyes burning with rage. We shouted the command, "Hands up! Get on the floor!" Garcia moved in toward Beverly, tried to shield her. I kept my gun steady and held my position with Danta. At first, he gave in, dropped to his knees, hands in the air. I stepped in, cautious, trying to cuff him, not letting my guard drop for a second, and then all hell broke loose. Just as I reached in, he twisted fast, like a damn switch flipped, and launched at me. Next thing I knew, I was on the floor, his full weight slamming into my chest. Gun flew out of my hand. First hit came down hard, right across my cheek. Then another. Whole room spun like a carousel. Garcia didn't hesitate. He dove in and tried to yank Danta off me. They went at it. I scrambled back to my feet and threw myself into the mess. All three of us crashed into the coffee table. Things exploded under us. We were in a full-blown brawl. I grabbed for Danta's arms, trying to lock him down, while Garcia went for the cuffs. And then, a bolt of pain shot up through my left hand. Danta had sunk his teeth into my finger. Not just biting, it was crushing. I could feel it. The teeth slicing right through the skin, right down to the bone. The pain was unreal, sharp, hot, blinding. For a second, I thought I might black out. Blood was pouring from my hand. I tried yanking it back, but Danta's jaw was like a damn vice grip. He wasn't letting go. With my right hand, I reached down for the backup piece strapped to my ankle. I didn't want to do it, but I was out of options. Felt the handle in my grip. I raised it and pulled the trigger. The shot tore through the living room like a grenade. Danta's jaw finally unclenched. His eyes went wide, shocked, not scared, and then he dropped, hit the floor hard. Garcia was already on the radio calling for EMS. I sat up, clutching what was left of my hand, blood soaking my sleeve. Across the room, Beverly started screaming, over and over. More units rolled up. Then the paramedics. They checked him. Nothing. Danta was gone. They loaded me into the ambulance. 2 fingers just gone. Docs at the hospital said infection was a real risk. Could be permanent nerve damage too. What really stuck with me, what still sticks with me, was the look in Danta's eyes as he went down. And Beverly, her screams dug into my bones. It hit me right then. I'd taken a life. 2 weeks later, she filed suit. Against me, against the department. Local media pounced like vultures, ran headline after headline. Some of the guys I work with had my back. Said I did what I had to do. Didn't matter. The phone wouldn't stop ringing. People spewed hate like it was sport. Murderer. That's what they called me. For their safety, my wife packed up the kids and moved in with her folks out of state. 6 months. That's how long I sat in a therapist's office trying to make sense of it. My finger? Yeah, it healed more or less. Still stiff. Still throbs like hell when the weather shifts. And when the coroner's report finally came through, clearing me of all charges, no wave of relief, no moment of peace, just silence, emptiness. They said I acted by the book, said I did everything right. But someone still died, and deep down, I still feel like I screwed it up somehow. The soft patter of rain tapped gently against the metal roof of the McDonald's. The clock on the wall read 2 a.m. I still had 5 more hours left on my overnight shift. My name's Mike Collins. I'm a senior at the University of Maine. The restaurant was dead quiet. Barron, my co-worker, was in the back checking inventory in the storage room. I let out a long yawn, my eyelids heavy with exhaustion. The raindrops hitting the glass windows began to grow louder, more intense. The sky outside was pitch black. A cold breeze slipped in through the doorframe, sending a chill down my spine. The hum of the refrigeration unit droned steadily in the corner. I glanced at my phone, skimmed a few messages, and looked back up toward the empty parking lot outside. Raindrops, big as marbles, smacked against the pavement. Suddenly, the chime above the entrance rang. A man walked in. He was tall, soaked from head to toe. I greeted him and asked if he'd like to see the menu. As he stepped closer, the strong scent of wet earth and sweat hit my nose. His eyes flicked nervously toward the door, then back to me. He ordered a Big Mac and a black coffee. He kept adjusting his right pant leg, like something underneath was bothering him. A glint of metal flashed near his ankle, but it vanished quickly as he pulled his pant leg down in a hurry. His every movement made me tense. With rough, weathered fingers, he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a soaked wallet. I couldn't help but notice his fingernails, dark and grimy, like he'd been digging in the dirt. After paying, he glanced around the restaurant, eyes locking on the security camera mounted in the corner. His lips pressed into a tight line, both hands curled into fists. I turned to prepare his meal, but I could still feel his gaze burning into my back. Cold sweat beaded on my forehead. My hands started to fumble. I dropped a plastic cup and scrambled to pick it up. Then he asked where the restroom was. I pointed to the back of the store. His heavy footsteps echoed on the tile floor, growing fainter as he walked away. I hoped that once he finished eating, this strange man would just leave. But I noticed something odd. Every time he passed the entrance, he glanced at it again. He wasn't heading to the restroom. Was he checking for exits? I shook my head, trying to calm down. Maybe I was just being paranoid. The rain outside now roared like a waterfall. The wind howled through the parking lot. The lights in the restaurant flickered for a second, then came back on. It felt like a bad omen. The man returned a few minutes later. I placed his tray on the counter, forcing a polite smile. He looked at the food, then asked about the coffee. I handed it to him quickly, though my hands were still trembling. A few drops spilled over the rim and splashed onto the floor. He stared at the cup, then tapped a thick finger on the counter. Suddenly, he shoved the tray away, complaining the burger was cold. I froze. I could still see steam rising from the meat. I offered to make a fresh one, but he snapped that he wanted to speak to the manager, his tone sharp. His eyes were like knives. My jaw started to tremble. My heart pounded. The ticking of the wall clock sounded like a hammer inside my head. It was just me and Baron was still in the back, across a long hallway. The man slammed his hand on the counter, threatening to call the police. The slap was so loud, it knocked over a nearby plastic spoon. My face went pale. Call the police over a hamburger? It didn't make sense. Just then, my phone buzzed in my pocket. In the silence, the vibration was loud, too loud. The man glanced down at my pocket, his eyes narrowing. I tried to act normal, slowly checked the screen. There it was, an emergency alert. Emergency alert. A dangerous inmate has escaped from Maine State Prison. Last seen in the area. Raymond Stokes, 42 years old, 6 feet 2 inches, 210 pounds, has harmed a corrections officer and is on the run. Considered extremely dangerous. If seen, call 911 immediately. I slowly looked up. Everything about the man in front of me matched. 6 feet 2 inches, around 210 pounds, thick beard, wild eyes. Cuts on his wrist, scrapes on his hands, mud all over his clothes. It was Raymond Stokes. My legs started shaking uncontrollably. The whole world seemed to spin around me. What do I do now? Call 911? But my phone was still in my pocket, and he was staring right at me, watching my every move. He saw my expression change. His eyes narrowed. I know what you're thinking. Don't do anything stupid. I tried to stay calm, told him I'd fix the food issue, but my voice betrayed me. Thin, shaky. He smirked. The air around me felt like it was closing in. I looked down the hallway toward the storage room, praying Baron would appear. I called out for him. Ray leapt over the counter, fast and aggressive. Before I could react, he grabbed my wrist and squeezed so tight I thought it might snap. Pain shot up my arm. He leaned in, whispering a threat. His other hand dove into his jacket, and I saw it, a flash of metal. My heart nearly burst from my chest. He told me to take him to my car. He pulled me around the counter, now holding a large kitchen knife. Its blade gleamed under the fluorescent lights. "Move," he hissed into my ear. My legs felt like they were made of concrete as he dragged me toward the staff area. My mind raced for an escape. Baron was still in the back. If I could signal him. I'm not trying to be a hero. I just work night shifts to pay for school. "Shut up," Ray growled. Suddenly, from afar came the sound of a police siren. Ray stopped cold. His face turned pale. The sirens grew louder. "You called them, didn't you?" he snarled, tightening his grip on my wrist. "No, I swear I didn't." Tears welled in my eyes. 3 police cruisers skidded into the parking lot, red and blue lights flashing through the glass. Ray's eyes darted around, looking for an escape route, his panic clear. But 3 police officers burst in, their firearms leveled at him, and he froze. I was barely breathing, still hunched over from Ray's intense questioning. In a moment of pure desperation, Ray crumpled to the floor, burying his face in his hands and sobbing like a child. The officers moved in, pinning him to the ground amidst the sharp click of handcuffs. He kept screaming, "I'm not going back to that prison. No way." It was only later that I realized. The police had come because of the electronic tracking bracelet Ray was wearing on his ankle. It turned out that what he was trying to hide was a monitoring device meant for dangerous criminals. It was still emitting a signal, leading the police straight to McDonald's. The situation ended well for me, but the fear remained, like a shadow that silently followed me through each day. I thought it would be just another normal shift. But then, from the back seat of that old car, I saw a small hand pressed against the window. Just a few minutes later, the man drove straight into the gas station to kill me. I'm Sean, 30 years old. I've been working at the Chevron DTC gas station on the outskirts of Denver, Colorado for 2 years now. My night shift starts at 10 p.m. and ends at 6 a.m. the next morning. Last Thursday night started like any other. I was sitting behind the counter, reading a book and sipping my coffee. The clock on the wall showed midnight. Outside, the green neon light of the sign illuminated the empty parking lot. The highway wasn't far, and I could hear cars whizzing by occasionally. A little while later, I heard an engine approaching. A gray car rolled into the station. The car looked pretty old, with paint peeling in many places, and the left headlight seemed a bit dim. The driver was a man in his 40s, with long, thinning brown hair and a thick beard. He parked at pump number 3, got out of the car, and opened the gas cap. What caught my attention was how he kept looking around cautiously. His hand trembled slightly as he held the gas nozzle. I went back to my book. Staring at someone for too long is rude, but I did the opposite of what I thought. After just a few seconds of looking at my book, I looked up at him again. This time, I saw a small movement in the back seat of the car. At first, I thought it was a reflection, but then I saw it more clearly. It was a small hand of a child, pressed against the back window. The hand only appeared for a few seconds before disappearing. It must be a small child with an adult, was my first thought. But the man's attitude made me get up to observe more closely. He was still pumping gas, but he turned back to look into the car, saying something with a sharp tone. The gas pump automatically stopped. The man hung up the nozzle and walked towards the store. He pushed open the glass door and walked toward me with a cold demeanor. "That'll be $30, pump number 3. "Yes, sir." I entered the amount into the register. "Do you have a small child in the car?" His eyes suddenly sharpened. "Why?" "I saw a kid in the back seat. If you need anything for the child, we have candy and sodas." "None of your business. Just ring it up." His reaction wasn't like a normal father who would smile and talk about his child. Cash or card? I tried to keep my voice calm. Cash. He pulled out a wad of crumpled bills from his back pocket. I took the money, deliberately counting slowly. Is there a problem with the pump? I need to check the receipt printer. No receipt needed, just give me the change. Company policy. I have to print a receipt for every transaction. Hurry up! I bent down as if fixing the printer, but I was actually pulling my cell phone out of my pocket. I dialed 911 without looking, hoping I hit the right numbers. Sorry, the printer's jammed. It'll be a few more minutes. The man started to get restless. He glanced out the window towards the car. No receipt needed. I have to go now. Just a little longer, sir. I felt the phone in my hand vibrate, a sign the call was connected. I spoke louder than usual. Chevron DTC gas station in suburban Denver. I suspect a child abduction. The man suddenly realized what I was doing. His face went pale. You bastard. He reached over the counter to snatch the phone, but I managed to pull back. The police are coming! I yelled. He didn't say anything else, turned his back, and ran outside. I heard the car engine start. Through the glass, I saw him jump into the car and hit the gas. But instead of driving straight onto the road, he backed up, then slammed directly into the store. I jumped to the side as the Honda crashed into the glass door. The glass shattered loudly, pieces flying everywhere. The store's alarm blared, then went silent. The front of the car was deep inside the store, knocking over shelves of candy. I lay behind the counter, feeling blood from a few small cuts on my hands. The man yelled from inside the car, "I'll kill you!" But the car's engine had died. He tried to restart it, but the car wouldn't turn over. Police sirens blared in the distance, getting closer and closer. He opened the car door and ran out. I saw him through the gap between the fallen shelves. He ran towards the back of the store, but I knew there was only a dumpster and a high fence back there. He wouldn't be able to get away. 2 police cars pulled up right in front of the store. 4 officers jumped out, guns drawn. "Police! Freeze!" I crawled out from behind the counter, ran outside and yelled, "He went out back!" 2 officers chased after the man. The other 2 approached the Honda that had crashed into the store. "There's a child in here," an officer called out. Through the shattered window of the car, I saw a boy about 10 years old, his mouth taped shut, in a state of extreme panic. The police carefully opened the car door. "It's okay, kiddo. You're safe now." The other 2 officers returned, escorting the man who was now handcuffed. He saw me and tried to lunge like a wild animal wanting to tear its prey apart. An ambulance arrived to check on the boy and bandage the cuts on my hand. Crime scene investigators began taking photos and collecting evidence. A male officer approached me. "You did a great job tonight. That boy might not have made it if it weren't for you." The boy was Tyler. He had been missing for 3 days after playing in a park near his home. I looked towards Tyler, who was being attended to by paramedics. Luckily, he wasn't injured. Tyler was still scared, but no longer crying, and his parents were on their way. I felt a shiver, but also a sense of relief that I had done the right thing. 2 hours later, Tyler's parents arrived and took him home. The boy hugged his parents tightly, sobbing. Before leaving, Tyler's parents brought him over to me. "Thank you so much," the boy said, then hugged me. I didn't know what to say, so I hugged Tyler back and gave him a piece of candy. My hands were still trembling from the whole ordeal. It was lucky that I trusted my gut. Some memories, no matter how hard you try to bury them, still find a way to creep back on quiet nights. The story I'm about to tell happened 15 years ago at Jefferson High School, but even now, I can't sleep soundly when I hear a knock at the window at night. I'm David. In 2008, I was a high school senior from a tough background. I spent most of my after-school hours in the school's computer lab because my family couldn't afford a computer of our own. And that's where I met Luke. Luke was my age but a year behind in school because he'd moved around so much. He always sat in the corner of the room, shoulders hunched. His messy brown hair hid his eyes behind thick glasses. His gray t-shirt was faded, his jeans had stains, and his white sneakers were yellowed. Luke's family had fallen apart the year before, after his parents had a loud fight right outside the school that everyone witnessed. After that, Luke became even shyer and more isolated. He spent hours in front of the computer screen, typing steadily, as if searching for a world where he could belong. I recognized that look because I'd been through it myself. The first year after my dad's accident, I also wore old clothes, always kept my head down to avoid eye contact, wishing I could be invisible. I was lucky that I still had a complete family. We got through that tough time together. Maybe that's why I felt empathy for Luke from the first time I met him. That day, just like any other, Luke and I were studying in the computer lab. A little while later, heavy footsteps dragged across the floor. Travis walked over, followed by Jake and Connor. They were a notorious trio known for being bullies. Travis had a muscular build, short blonde hair almost buzzed to his scalp, and sharp blue eyes. Travis stood right behind Luke, with Jake and Connor on either side. "Hey nerd, do my homework for me," Travis ordered. Luke didn't answer, continuing to type. Before Luke transferred to the school, I was Travis's target. I understood that feeling, the helplessness of being threatened and not being able to do anything. Travis ordered Luke to do his homework for him. He snatched Luke's book and threw it to the floor when he saw him refuse. I stood up, quickly stepping to stand between them. "Travis, leave him alone." He scoffed, tilting his head to look at me. Before leaving, Travis still kicked the table leg and warned that he'd be back. I turned back to see Luke picking up his book and continuing to study as if nothing had happened. After school, Luke and I walked home together. I said a few things, but Luke only responded with slight smiles. At a small alley, Luke would turn in. He looked at me. "Thanks. Sometimes I think about doing something to make them stop." "What do you mean?" I asked, confused, but Luke had already turned and walked away. 2 days later, we were in class when the alarm blared throughout the school. The principal's voice echoed over the loudspeaker. "All students and teachers immediately initiate lockdown procedures. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill." Immediately, Mr. Johnson locked the classroom door and pulled the blinds to cover the windows. We all huddled in the dark corner, our cell phones lit up, messages from friends in other classes constantly coming in. Someone in a mask in the parking lot, they said. "There's blood. Travis didn't come home last night. His parents are looking for him." The whispers made the situation even more chaotic. My heart pounded. The next message from an 11th grade student made the blood in my veins run cold. The police found Travis in his own car's trunk. He's dead. We sat silently in the dark for 2 hours. When the alarm finally stopped and the doors opened, Mr. Johnson, with a pale face, announced a serious incident and that the school would be closed for the next week. That night, I couldn't sleep. The image of Travis, who had bullied Luke just 2 days before, now dead in his own car's trunk, kept replaying in my mind. Around 2 a.m., I heard a soft knock at my window. I walked to the window, pulling the curtain back a little. Luke was standing outside, his gray t-shirt soaked with sweat, his face pale under the streetlight. But what gave me chills was the smile I'd never seen on Luke's face before. When he saw me, Luke pointed at the window latch. I opened the window. "Luke, what are you doing here? I need to tell you about what happened at school today." Luke's voice was different. Luke looked around and then whispered, "That masked person was me." I felt all the air get sucked out of my lungs. "What are you saying?" "Travis will never hurt anyone again." Luke stepped closer to the window, his eyes gleaming in the dark. "Did you see? He looked so peaceful in the trunk." "Luke, what did you do?" "I waited for him in the parking lot." Luke chuckled softly. He even laughed, saying that I finally dared to confront him. But when I pulled out the knife, "Stop talking. Do you know?" When Travis pleaded, his voice trembled just like mine every day at school. Luke looked me straight in the eyes. Now he understands what fear feels like. Luke, you need to turn yourself in. I'm not done yet. Jake and Connor will understand too. And all the others. Luke stepped back from the window. He disappeared into the darkness. I stood there for a few minutes, my hands trembling. Then I picked up the phone and dialed 911. At the request of the police, I recounted all the information I knew. The next morning, Luke didn't come to school. The police found him at home with blood-stained clothes and a knife in his desk drawer. They also found a list, with Jake and Connor at the top, followed by the names of 15 other students. I'll never forget the line Luke wrote in his diary. I don't want to be a bad person, but I'm so tired of enduring. Luke was arrested on charges of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit terrorism. He confessed to everything without showing any remorse. The news spread throughout the school. I never saw Luke again. But every night, I remember Luke's face. My bedroom window is always locked tight at night now. What would you do if you found out that the person who just saved your life was an accomplice to the person who tried to kill you? My story begins on a rainy night in Ohio, where I became an unintentional witness to a pre-planned robbery. I'm Aaron, 28 years old. That day I was driving to visit my parents. The familiar interstate became unfamiliar in the heavy rain. I decided to stop and rest for a bit. I remember it was after 10 p.m. I pulled into the parking lot of a Circle K convenience store near the highway exit. There was a truck and one other car in the lot. I ran inside the store. The cashier was a young man. He seemed surprised to see me. He kept staring at the door, his lips moving as if he was saying something. I nodded hello, and his smile was a bit forced. I thought it was strange, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I headed to the coffee machine. I filled a large cup with coffee and added cream and sugar. Suddenly, the cashier's voice blurted out, "Due to a technical issue, you have to leave now." I turned around, frowning. What kind of issue would he not announce when I walked in? I noticed his right hand was hidden under the counter. I was about to ask more questions when the door burst open. A tall man walked in. He wore a long black coat that covered most of his body and a ski mask that only showed his eyes. Rainwater dripped from his coat. He stood still for a second. Then he pulled a gun from his pocket and pointed it straight ahead. My heart felt like it stopped. The coffee cup fell from my hand. The robber quickly turned toward me. In just a few steps, he was on me. The cold gun barrel pressed against my temple. "Why are you here?" he hissed, looking very angry. At that moment, I thought this guy was an idiot for asking a customer why they were at a convenience store. But I couldn't argue with him. My legs felt like jelly, and I could barely stand. I put my hands up and kept begging him. "Don't do it." The cashier suddenly spoke up. I saw no signs of fear on his face. Instead, he was staring at the robber. The robber froze. His eyes glanced backward, probably thinking about something. I didn't dare to move even an inch. Then he swore, lowered his gun, and quickly walked out the door. I stood there like a statue until the sound of an engine starting up and fading away. I collapsed, having to hold on to a shelf to keep from falling. The cashier sighed, his face down to avoid my gaze. "Call the police." My voice was shaking. "No need," the employee said, sounding exhausted. I froze, and when I tried to convince him further, he suddenly yelled, "Just go. Now." He stared at me with wide eyes. Then the next second, his expression changed to one of worry, and he held his head in his hands. Surprised by his strange behavior, I quickly left without saying anything else. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. It took 3 tries to unlock my car. I drove out of the parking lot and stopped at a gas station half a mile away. Sitting in my car, I pulled out my phone and called 911, reporting the whole incident. The police arrived at the Circle K 15 minutes later with 2 patrol cars. I led them back to the scene and recounted the entire incident. The cashier was still there, his face pale when he saw the police. I was asked to leave after the police had gathered enough information and my statement. As I walked out of the store for the second time that night, I still couldn't stop shaking. The cold sensation of the gun barrel against my temple was still vivid. 3 days later, the case was solved. I saw the information in the local newspaper. The police had arrested the robber at a motel 50 miles away. His name was Matt, and he had just been released from prison after serving a 3-year sentence for theft. Another shocking piece of information: he was the cashier's biological brother. In a deeper investigation, the police discovered they had been exchanging messages beforehand. The cashier would work the night shift alone, turn off the security cameras under the pretense of regular maintenance, and Matt would come in, clear out the cash register, and disappear. The cashier would then report to the company that he had been robbed, and the insurance money would be split in half after Matt lay low for a few months. The article also mentioned a coincidental witness who made the plan go awry. That was me. Matt was sentenced to 5 years in prison for armed robbery and making a death threat. The cashier received 18 months for being an accomplice in insurance fraud. Matt could have shot me in those tense seconds. I'm still not sure why the cashier stopped his brother at that moment. Maybe things had gone further than he had imagined. But for whatever reason, his words, "Don't do it," kept me alive. Me. We just wanted to get away from the suffocating atmosphere of the base for the weekend. None of us thought that a simple road trip would lead us to face something unexpected. At the time, I was 24, a recent college graduate, and had been stationed at Goodfellow Air Force Base in San Angelo, Texas, as a communications specialist. Life on the base was pretty boring, just work and long nights in the barracks. That is until I met two friends. Reese was a radar technician, and Jalen was an officer. We decided to drive to Austin to escape the stuffy atmosphere of the base. Jalen offered to use her car. We left in the morning, and the road stretched out straight through the dry fields. There weren't many cars on the road. Only a semi-truck would pass by now and then. About an hour into our drive, Reese looked behind us. She pointed to a black Tahoe that was driving behind us. It's been following us for a while now. I didn't think much of it until Reese kept watching. When Jalen sped up, the Tahoe also sped up. When we slowed down, it also slowed down, always keeping the same distance. Jalen tried changing lanes, and the car also changed lanes. The Tahoe had black tinted windows, so we couldn't see who was inside. Looking closer, I saw a small black light bar on top of the car, but I wasn't sure. We kept driving for a while. Then the Tahoe turned on its warning lights and pulled us over. So my guess about the lights was right. "Undercover cops," Jalen mumbled, and slowly pulled over to the side of the road. The Tahoe stopped right behind us, with its lights still flashing, but there was no siren sound. A tall man got out of the Tahoe, wearing a police uniform. I watched him every second. When he got close enough, I realized that he didn't have the word "police" clearly on his chest or hat, just a small patch on his sleeve that I couldn't read. Instead of going straight to the driver's window, he slowly walked to the back of our car, where he stood for a few seconds, looking through the rear window. Reese rolled down her window and asked what was wrong, but the man didn't answer. He slowly approached the driver's door, his face emotionless as he looked at each person in the car. "Driver's license and registration." Jalen reached for her license in her purse and asked, "What did we do wrong?" But there was no answer. Still, she reluctantly handed over the documents. The man went back to the Tahoe and sat in it for a long time. About 15 minutes passed as we sat in silence, watching him through the rearview mirror. Finally, the Tahoe door opened again, but this time, it wasn't just one man. 3 men got out. They were all wearing the same uniform, but I still couldn't see any official markings. When they got closer, I could clearly see their harsh faces and cold eyes. The one in the lead had a small scar running from the corner of his eye down his cheek. "Is your father a service member?" The question was completely unexpected. He pointed to the U.S. military sticker on the back window of Jalen's car. "No, sir. I am a service member. They are too, Jalen replied with confidence. At that moment, I saw a change on the man's face. His body seemed to freeze. His eyes quickly glanced at the two men standing behind him. A few seconds of tense silence passed. Then he turned back to Jalen. His face was suddenly more relaxed, but his voice was awkward. Okay, all right. I'll let you off with a warning this time, but you should drive slower on this road. He gave her the documents back and wished us a good day. The three men went back to the Tahoe, got in, and sped away while telling us to drive slowly. We stayed in our car and didn't drive away yet. Reese argued that they were not real police officers, citing her reasons. No clear badge, and why would he ask about Jalen's father when it had nothing to do with a traffic violation? Jalen also wondered why there were three men when police usually only go in groups of one or two. We decided to turn back to the base instead of continuing to Austin. The whole way back, Reese kept saying that those men were definitely up to no good. A week later, we were watching the local news. On the screen, a reporter was standing next to a ditch by the highway, only about 20 miles from where we were stopped. Two bodies had been found there, a middle-aged couple. The reporter announced that the victims had been robbed and murdered. The car found near the scene was a black Tahoe, which had been reported stolen 3 months earlier in Arkansas. We were stunned after hearing the news. We immediately called the police to provide information about our encounter a week earlier. They took our statements and said they would investigate, but I knew it was too late. Those men had disappeared without a trace. To this day, I still wonder what would have happened if we didn't have that military sticker on the car. I'm certain that it saved our lives that day.
Thank you for watching until the end. As mentioned earlier, our goal of reaching 50,000 subscribers in 2026 is still ongoing. If you enjoy these stories, please give us a hand and support us.
you.